Hello everybody, it's Matthew, Meachew, or Peach. I'm going to be live streaming, um, but this time I'm going to, uh, I'm going to be live streaming my own clips from going back many years because I felt like this would be a good time to, uh, go back and rewatch my stuff for nostalgic reasons, and if somehow my channel goes down under a poof or disappears, I'll be able to have some of it backed up and saved just in case. And I feel like reacting to some of my own gameplay is and videos isn't a bad thing. And I'm probably not going to I'm not going to stream with multiple streams and the four-way split screen like I did so many in the past. I might react to videos I've reacted to before, but I'm going to react to them. As always, I'm going to have going to have multiple audio some white noise in the background because, as I've said before, ever since I started streaming, I'd rather have some stuff in the background just in case um my voice gets boring, and I feel like it's easier for me to it's better to deal with that. Easier to watch the live stream and listen to the live stream. Not that it can't happen, but um I'd rather just listen to my own I'd rather listen to my own voice. And I like streaming, and I used to not like my voice, but now I do. Most of the time I will be going with the clips in order, except for Resident Evil full playthrough part 1 and Resident Evil playthrough part 2. The reason why I'm starting with Resident Evil 4 is because I feel like it's better that I start with it because I love the game so much. And I will be putting multiple audio like lo-fi, and I'll have Dungeons and Dragons, the history of Dungeons and Dragons, the video game, and I'll also have bathtub filling ASMR, and I enjoy these so much. I have lo-fi hip hop radio on. I have Andrew Wilson on too because I like listening to him. I think he's smart. I also have cozy cabin ambience. I think that's good to have on. I have Rag Plays Aiden Chronicles, the first mage. I also have AVGN on, and I'm listening to Hunter StarCraft play Demon Souls, which I didn't know he played, so that's pretty cool. And then after that, I might watch. I might play games. I think I might play Splitgate. I don't know. We'll see. So I enjoy it. Let's go to um. Okay. Let's see. Alright, that can go down. and I'll put the audio up a little. Um, okay, that's playing. I'll turn that up a little. I'll turn up the cozy ambience a little. Alright, this, yeah, where I can go down. Okay. Oh wait, no, I want to do it full screen. What am I doing, Matthew? Um, Alright, here we go. Oh, sorry, before I want to say the date first. So this was uploaded from the original Xbox One. It was December 10th, 2016. Okay, let's turn it up down a little bit. Yeah, that's good. Let's start. Well, it just starts with me jumping down. Hey. So I got died one time, and okay, I got it. Now the mic needs to be up a little bit more. Let's do that. I think that's good. Okay. So as I was saying before, I originally uploaded on the original Xbox One. I used the DVR feature, which I don't think they have anymore, unfortunately. I used the editor to use it to put the clips together and stuff. I should have put it in 1080p because I don't think 720p looks that good. I used to back when I was younger, but I can't believe it's almost been like 10 years since it's almost been 10 years since 2016. Actually, it has been 10 years since 2016. That's kind of crazy, but I get told I look 19 still. I'm an rebel LDS Mormon emo brown boy who just that is reserved, and I'm a soft-spoken person. And I used to not like my voice. I thought I sounded weird in recordings, but I guess that's normal because your recording voice is how you actually sound, and the reason why you sound different on recording versus not is because, like, when you talk, you're hearing yourself talk through your like bones in your body and stuff, but it's not exactly the same thing as just hearing your voice. And I used to like mind it. It's kind of funny because people, I used to say like that. Uh, it's because a lot of people used to tell me that they didn't think I was brown and black until I showed myself. I thought it was pretty funny because now they now they now they know that. So I don't know how long I'm going to stream, but it's probably going to be for a while. But that's okay. I don't mind it. Um, okay. Yeah, but people thought I wasn't. They thought I wasn't brown until I just like showed them because of how I was acting and stuff. If that's fair to say, I think that a lot of brown people could act better and more reserved, which I do think they do. Yeah, um, I think my races could do a better job of being Christ-like. And to be honest, I don't really mind what people believe. I don't I don't care about how like the way that they. I don't mind how others act or the way that they behave. Well, I mean I do, but I guess I'm meant to say that I don't care what people believe or say, or like, or to some extent do, because um, it it just, I guess I'm just not really bothered by a lot of things that other people are. And I'd rather people just try to be kind to each other regardless, and be mature about disagreement. Like you can disagree and still be respectful. But a lot of people, they let their personal feelings get in the way of objective truth, and that goes for people who believe a lot of their own stuff. Black people don't believe that black communities don't have problems. They do, a lot of them. And if you don't acknowledge your problems, it's always going to fester into something that you may not like. So I think people need to, um, I think black people, I would say, need to just try to do a better job at not blaming white people. Oh, and like for all our own problems, because much of the black community's problems is our own. Um, so I'm also going to say that I think that you could say that about a lot of other people too. For example, like a lot of online Nazis. Uh, they always like to talk about the good that Hitler did and that Nazis look cool. I won't deny, and I won't deny, I like the Nazi uniforms. I do think that they looked cool, and I think Hitler did some good, but he's not God, and they won't acknowledge, they take things out of context, make him look better than he actually does. Um, because they almost hype him up to be almost this like perfect person or white savior when he was not consistent, I would say. And it's like people can worship Hitler if they want, or at least admire him, but he did actually kill, or at least ordered, a whole bunch of white people to die. He did the T4 Action project. He killed a whole bunch of disabled white people, which I don't think helps their case here. I think that um, I think that they like to think that Hitler was he was a white first person, and I don't think he was. He did the Havara Agreement, which sent Jews to Palestine, which is now Israel, and he probably helped create the modern Israel, but many people don't want to admit that. Even if he did it unintentionally, he still probably helped them. So that was not it's not a good look. He had a guy named Durwanger in the army. And that guy was not a good person either. Durwanger, Durwanger killed innocent children. He took them into a church and burned them while children were inside. And whenever you bring this up, for some reason, they tend not to bring it up, and I don't know why they don't do it, but they don't. Um, there's also the fact that a lot of people are just not consistent with their own. Like when you press someone, it's like they have cognitive dissonance. They're doing the exact same thing that they accuse others, and they think that because Hitler did some good things, that it erases the bad that he did, and it doesn't, or the bad that he allowed. Which, of course, if you don't believe in objective morals anyway, then well, it's kind of hard to say what is truly bad and what is truly good, because then what is good or bad is just based on preference, it's just based on subjective, and it's not really consistent. You had non-white people in the army too. There were plenty of non-white people who were in the army, and they doesn't seem like he was purely for the Aryan race. They also try to say like, well, Hitler was a Christian, and he was. That is true. He grew up Catholic, and so he was Christian. It's just that uh, he wasn't. I don't think he was Christian later in life, and he didn't stay that way. So I think a lot of people, they just seem to forget that a lot of the Nazis in Germany weren't exactly consistent either. They also said, oh, well, Hitler would release the Epstein files, but he allowed a child abuser in his army, and he knew it, and he still allowed it anyway. Which kind of already shows you there's some probably inconsistencies and contradictions there, and they don't bring it up. They like to bring up how he loved his dogs and he loved children. Well, he loved his dog so much he poisoned it. Now you could say that's because he didn't want the Russians to torture the dog, and I guess that's a valid response. The issue is that you can't actually know if that's what they would have done. Granted, the Allies weren't exactly the good guys either. I just see these people as just people. Like, I just see him as a regular guy who did what he thought was a cause, just like other people do. But that doesn't let him off the hook. He's not going to be let off the hook just because people thought he was like he did some good stuff. Okay, let's say that he loved dogs, as if that erases the bad that he allowed and did. Let's say he loved children, as if that takes away what he allowed other children to go through. As for the Holocaust, I'm not going to be for or deny it. I'm just going to say I'm just going to say this is that the Holocaust, at least the numbers, people like to bring up the 271K from the Red Cross, and that looks pretty valid. The problem there is that these people they leave out the context of even that. They use that 271K Red Cross, but that I believe was only one chart. That wasn't the other ones. They like to bring up how Hitler started the economy and he was able to get people to his side, not realizing that the economy was already starting to come back um, even before he took office. It was already on the uphill anyway. So a lot of this stuff is true, but they greatly they ex- they exaggerate it to make it look better than it actually is, to make Hitler more better than he actually looks. And I don't hate Hitler and I don't love the guy. I'm indifferent. I'm just saying that whenever you bring this stuff up to one of these Hitler Nazi online supporters, a lot of them will just sprig out, right? They either say you're a Jew, which I actually do believe Zionist Jews do control a lot of the propaganda, or they say stuff like, well, um, you can't actually, you can't actually, or they say like you're an NIGGR, the ER, the bad N word, and I'm like, okay, but how is this an argument against what I'm saying? And none of them actually have one. And so, and to be honest, I think a lot of online Nazis are just not consistent and they leave out context. That's really the issue you get here. And people can worship whoever and adore whoever, but you can you can appreciate Hitler and still admit that he made a lot of mistakes and he wasn't perfect. And a lot of people also say, well, Christianity is a Jewish psyop. Without Christianity, the world would be a better place. And I just say Christianity united the white race better than paganism or Hitler could ever do, because Jesus taught differently, and he taught compassion, and he taught unity, and he taught because it's not like the pagan societies or ancient Rome or ancient Greece or the Viking era were getting along either. They were actually killing each other many times over. Vikings pillaged each other. The Greeks, ancient Greece, you probably weren't going to live that long unless you were like high ranking. There was a lot of, there was a lot of probably gay stuff that was going on there too, and they thought it was fine. Um, that's not to say I don't like some of the ancient Greece stuff too. Like I like the architecture. I love European and white history in general, but at least try to be consistent with what you're saying. It's like you can be for like a belief or race or anything, and yet still admit that there's out of context stuff or inconsistencies that you can possibly have. I don't understand why people can't seem to get that you can still be inconsistent with a lot of stuff. So I don't know why people won't just admit that. Almost 25 minutes in, so almost halfway there, and so what else am I going to say? Yeah, but you see this a lot. It's cognitive dissonance. When, by the way, this Resident Evil 4 gameplay is on professional, and I don't. Yeah, I think I said I didn't die once before. So a lot of people are just not consistent with what they're. I don't know. They're just not consistent. They take stuff out of context and they have cognitive dissonance. That's really what it comes down to. Um, So it's just that when faced with cognitive dissonance or faced with that type of stuff, people usually don't know how to handle it. And I feel like it just feels like people would rather stay in their idealized bubble versus they would rather stay in their ideal bubble versus saying, hey, I like this, like I like this one, but I can still admit that these like people don't. But you can still admit that they don't exactly. They don't exactly go together and they're not consistent. But again, this sounds like a broken record. Yeah, I just rescued Ashley, and you know what's cool is that she has armor in the. She has armor. If you give Liam the mafia suit, which means she can't be taken, she can't be hurt, and so basically she becomes not a burden anymore. And that's what I didn't like. It's like, come on, I have to babysit her. Like, at least with co-op, you could, well, if it's Resident Evil 5 co-op, unless you have unlimited ammo, you're going to have to deal with Sheva and stuff. And I just don't want to deal with that. I like Resident Evil 5. I don't think I like it as much as 6, and 6 may be my favorite Resident Evil game, but 6 isn't bad either. I just think that, I think Resident Evil 6 and 5 are underrated. I think Resident Evil 6, especially the gameplay, is better than Resident Evil 1. It's okay. Yes, emo boy sent me a heart. Oh, that's me on my second channel. That's kind of fun talking to myself. I'm weird and I have disabilities. I'm black though. But no, I'm yeah, there's a lot of people who are not consistent. Power scaling. I'll try to keep it brief, but I think the strong, like Goku is I think you can beat Scout to outer verso. And when I say Goku, I'm not talking about like Jump Force Goku or God Fusion Goku or Xeno Goku or CC Goku. I'm talking about the mainstream Goku, and the reason why it's very simple. You can argue Arale from Dr. Slump is an out-of-verso character because she scales above her reality infinite times over and over and over infinitely, and she's above the scaling or the traditional scaling. So I would put her at least high hyperversal or low outerversal. And Goku and early Dragon Ball Super was able to stalemate NA Raleigh and just Super Saiyan Blue. So you could argue, if you really eyeball it, you could say that early Dragon Ball Super Goku was already out of Verso. Um, you could argue early um, Super Saiyan God Goku, the one with the red hair, him and Beerus were threatening to destroy the whole macrocosm, and it's not just a universe. It's because there's multiple infinite realities within Universe 7. The shockwaves leads to the afterlife, which is an infinite distance and an infinite separate reality from the macro, like in the macrocosm. And Goku and Beerus were going to threatening to destroy it on accident. And so this is not them trying to, and this is early Dragon Ball Super, and this is before, I believe it's before the Arale stuff, but then you have the Arale stuff, which Goku, as I said before, if you really push it, you can probably get him to like low, outer, or outer verso just from that alone if you want, and then Goku with UI and other characters already probably scouted out of verso if you use that highball scaling from Arale. Now, my strongest characters would probably, like, at least I don't like, at least in terms of fiction, in my opinion, are the White Light from the Ruckaverse, because Aleph Cardinals, Aleph Nos, and the White Light infinitely scales higher than I think all characters, maybe besides God Fusion Goku in fiction, because you can argue either God Fusion Goku scales to about like boundless, or you could get God Fusion Goku to meta-fictional via Goku fused with the audience, and Goku was able to shake the chairs in the 4D movie in real life. So you could argue those are two extra verso feats depending on interpretation. And if he's extra verso, or he's like beyond boundless and he's above fiction or meta-fictional, Goku would just scale even higher than probably maybe any character in fiction, because he would almost be like almost real life meta fictional character. Of course, the issue then is that God Fusion Goku still isn't actually real, as in like real life. Even like he can't show up and just like come over there and like punch you or anything, because you're still arguing a fictional, meta-fictional character. So Goku's still fiction, but God Fusion Goku's still fiction, but he just scales to a meta-fictional or extra fictional being, and like based on the scaling and stuff. But most people don't take it that far for God Fusion Goku, because a lot of people just say it's like Deadpool, and Deadpool was able to break the fourth wall, which maybe could be argued for metafictional scaling as well, but I don't usually put God Fusion Goku that high, because God Fusion Goku scales to like a God Fusion Goku just scales to like I think he scales to an audience that it's like a fictional, it's like a real life a real life representation, a fictional representation of a real life audience, or a fictional representation of a fictional audience that's based on real life. But you could just play the movie in like an empty 4D theater and then you get the same, I guess, same outcome. So I don't want to say it's the strongest character in fiction. I still think even if you say you use the like metafictional or like extraversal narrative for God Fusion Goku, I still think the white light beats it. And I'll say why. The white light is from an author that is like a mathematician, and the reason why the white light scales so high for so many people, including me, and I think the white light is the strongest, which Jesus is in that novel too. Jesus Christ, who's a real historian, he was a real character, he was a real person. Yeshua, even non-believers say it, even atheists say it, so it's not, I'm not just saying it, he was an actual person, historical person. But if you say that like Jesus, if you say that Jesus is, you say that like Jesus is like, or I mean the white light is infinities on top of infinities. No, because not all infinities in that are the same. Like you have, like for example, there's multiple like infinities. Aleph knows, Aleph cardinals, Aleph sets in math, right? So in math, there's a thing called a Aleph no, Aleph cardinal, and the reason why this is significant is because not all infinities are the same. For example, like there's two lines. You have line 1, which has person 1, person 2, person 3, person 4, and it goes up to infinity persons for each, like, right? So that line would be infinite. Line 1 is infinite. Now let's take line 2. It's the same thing, but instead of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc., it would go 1, and then there's an infinite gap between them. Person 2, infinite gap. Person 3, infinite gap. And so line 2 is a greater infinity than line 1. So the reason why line 1 is more like line 2 is more impressive than line 1 is because even though they are the same, like they are the same line, like line 1 and line 2 are the same, like they're both infinite. Fact of the matter is that line 2 is a greater infinite than line 1, even though they're both infinite, because line 2 has a greater infinity. It's like infinite 4D is greater than infinite 3D when it comes to attack power and destructive capability, because you could, and 2D is great, like 3D is greater than 2D even if there's an infinite number of squares. Like for example, a square is a 2D, a cube is 3D. They're both infinite. Like let's say you tried to put infinite 2D squares into a 3D cube. You couldn't do it because because 2D only has 2 axes and the third dimension has 3 axes. And so you can't actually say that infinite 2D is the same as a 3D thing, because no matter how many infinites are for 2D, infinite 2D can't be 3D no matter how many squares you try to stack on top of it. There's no way you can, like, there's no way that because a 2D square can't have a third axis. It has height and length, but or it has width and length, or width and height, but it doesn't have depth. It doesn't have volume. And it's the same thing with a 4D being, like a 4D being in a 3D, in a a 4D, like a 3D thing can't probably, um, it can't probably like coagulate or properly comprehend a 4D being, which is why like even if you have a tesseract and they're all like a 4D cube is a tesseract. The issue that we have is that if we're 3D beings that can't comprehend a 4D being, then all we have to go off is that we can use like sketches and stuff. We can use sketches and 3D imaging to probably try to see what a 4D things would look like. But then you have the problem is that looking at a tesseract in a 3D space doesn't properly do it justice, because you still can't, like, a 4D tesseract, a 4D shape in a 3D um in a third dimensional like space still doesn't work, because um you can't actually know what it would look like. Um, and that's because, like I said before, in order to properly see or interpret the 4D object, you would have to be a fourth dimensional being. So a tesseract in the 3D, technically you are looking at a 4D shape, but you're not interpreting the 4D shape correctly because you're in the third dimension. And for example, if a fourth dimensional being ended up like if you were a fourth dimensional being looking at a third dimensional looking at 3D, you would be able to say or see through everything, right? It's like a 3D being looking down, it's like a 3D being looking down on a 2D being. We can see the whole picture, but from their perspective, they wouldn't be able to, right? It's probably this. It's the same way with a 4D being looking at a 3D being. 4D being would be able to see. A 4D being would be able to look at everything and look through your body, and they would be able to look through a wall, and they would be able to see everything at once. And if it even gets more and more complex the higher dimensions you go to, and that's just like one example. I think there's a book called Flatland that goes into detail about it. But yeah, it's pretty, it's pretty like gnarly. It's pretty sick. Um, so, so what else am I going to talk about? Yeah, but I feel like, cause to me, the strongest characters are SCP-3812 from the SCP. I still think it's below with like God Fusion Goku and the Retroverse. It's still very strong. The problem with SCP-3812 is that it has to constantly it has to constantly go up infinite times an infinite amount of like ways and infinitely scale above the narrative, which tells me if it has to go infinitely above itself and it can do that, it still has to reach a like the highest peak. But if it's constantly reaching for the highest peak, then the white light, I think Godfrey and Goku, if you argue it a certain way, is higher than SCP-3812, and I think also that the I am that I am from the world of darkness is also struck like one of the most powerful characters. But what would I put first? I would probably put the white light first because it has Jesus in it too. And if you scale the white light and Jesus like together, I do believe Jesus Christ is God. But if you scale the white light and Jesus together, but and then you can just say that like the I think the white light just goes higher. Not for Jesus, but Jesus I think is a perfect representation of a perfect being, and Jesus would probably scale with the white light too. And so I put Jesus up there. I also but that's what I put the white light at number two. I probably put Godfrey and Goku, as I said before, because if you argue it a certain way, you can be a metafictional or extra, like an extra fictional or metafictional, or he can be above the fictional scaling system because he fused with the like real life audience, and he was able to shape the real life chairs at the 4D, the 4D ride at the 4D space. But as I've said before, that's very like edgy song, and most people probably don't put usually go to that high, um, because there's probably a lot of demands against him, like how Goku can't actually scale that high. Um, but I think that's okay. It's okay with me if he doesn't if Goku doesn't scale that high, you know, scale Goku to a better fictional transcendent. You can still scale God Fusion Goku to boundless. The third one I put is it's kind of hard for me because it's either between SCP-3812 or I Am That I Am from World of Darkness, which the reason why I Am That I Am scales that high from World of Darkness is because cosmology is probably one of the biggest, if not the biggest cosmology in fiction. And that's why if you have two boundless characters against each other, usually the one of the bigger cosmology wins because even though they're both boundless, um, the one with the bigger cosmology has to be boundless via a bigger cosmology. Therefore, he has more. Therefore, that entity has more going for it than a entity like, I don't know, dare I say, like an entity I think is yeah, I think that World of Darkness has more going for it. Though I do think that World of Darkness and Yakuza Goku might be played under the Rockaverse, because the Rockaverse is at the end of infinite, untouchable peak. He doesn't have to go up there by SCP-3812. He doesn't, White Light doesn't have to be argued a certain way like God Fusion Goku to get to that same level. God Fusion Goku, I just think has too many questions to put it definitively. And the word of I am that I am from the word of darkness, yeah, it's very strong and it's got a huge cosmology, but the issue I think I've seen with the word of darkness from people is that the word of darkness and I am that I am is that you can't say that the word of darkness, I am that I am, um, even if it's the biggest cosmology, it doesn't mean that the I am that I am from the word of darkness can actually, um, you can't say that I am that I am from the word of darkness, um, can actually, like, you can't say that, like, I am that I am from the word of darkness, very, even if it is, like, that high and stuff, it's still harder to say, it's still harder to say, um, it's still hard to say that the word, like, I am that I am from the word of darkness is truly omnipotent, because you could argue that no character in fiction is truly omnipotent due to how cross-verse scaling not only works, and that you can be omnipotent in your verse and still probably not be omnipotent across all verses, because omnipotence in fiction would imply that your character has dominion over all other fictional, and there's just no way to prove that. So omnipotence could be self-defeating. So there's really no way to know how and why uh, God Fusion, like, or not God Fusion Goku, but I am that I am from the Word of Darkness goes. Now, probably many power scalers probably think differently, and that's fine too, but I'm just saying that there's no way uh, that I would put God Fusion Goku um, above, like, or like I would put not God Fusion Goku, but there's no way I would put there's no way I would put not God Fusion Goku, but there's no way I would put I am that I am from the world of darkness above any of those. Like, shit, well, I would put the white. I would go the white light one, God Fusion Goku, I am that I am. Maybe equal at 2, and you can probably just switch them around. God Fusion Goku, God Fusion Goku, put God Fusion Goku at 2, or put the white, or put God Fusion Goku at 2, and I am that I am at 3, or put the white, I am that I am at 2, and put God Fusion Goku at 3, and I think SCP-3 at 12. It's just lower than all of them, because he has to get to a level where they're already at, and he has to do that. He has to constantly, infinitely scale above himself a numerous amount of times, and I think that actually good, because you don't exist as infinity, you're scaling infinitely above infinity to get to a higher infinity, which to me seems like you are not at that level, if you constantly have to ascend to that level. Um, so yeah, that's why I put SCP-3812 at the bottom. Now, I think all of these characters are at least boundless. I think, well, I would argue the only one who has a concrete chance of being the highest is SCP-3812. I don't think, I mean, not SCP-3812, but the White Light. I don't think Godfrey and Goku can warrant a 100% metafictional, transcendent, above fiction like status. I don't think SCP-3812 can do it. I don't think I am that I am from the North. I think the White Light is a little bit different because Jesus is there and it's based on a historical, real life Jesus, which is why it's different because Jesus is a real life was a real life person, and I think that gives it more evidence and more credence versus something like um something like SCP-3812, which is not real. Um, Meachew Goku, who's not real, even if people say he is real, he didn't actually become real, like real life in a real way. Or I am that I am from the world of darkness, which is just based on the biblical I am that I am God of Abraham, which is Jesus Christ, and it was based on that. So, and I guess, people will probably think of Azahoth, but I think Azahoth is overrated in Palestine. The reason why is because people say, well, Azahoth is omnipotent, but he's called the blind god idiot. Um, that's really weird for a god to be an omnipotent, omniscient, blind idiot god to be blind. It's like, how can you be blind by anything if you're have all power and all knowledge? It also seems to imply, because people say it as a hop, so from the dream, when everything goes away, seems to imply that Azahop has to wake up to do anything, which is, again, weird. Now you could say that, well, that could be an argument for incredulity because we don't know how omnipotent works and that it could just we could just be limiting Azahov to our understanding of logic language, which I think is true of the real life God. The issue then is that we need evidence that Azahov can actually do that to all verses, and as I've said before, I don't think any fictional character, even the strongest ones, the omnipotent ones, do actually have an argument that they are able to go against all of other fictions, all the other fictions, because how do you comprehend all fiction is able to? How do you comprehend that one character can be about all fiction? If you have to deal with publishing rights and all that. Um, I just think it's very strange that people say stuff like, "Oh, well, like you can, like, you can, you can just say that Azaheth, Azaheth, Azahoth, or whatever his name is, can win because he's called omnipotent, but you haven't proven it. You say, oh, omnipotence is omnipotence, therefore he wins because he wins because he's omnipotent, but I think that's a naming fallacy. because a name has that doesn't mean that is the case. And as I've said before, as a hawk, uh, you can't actually prove that as a hawk is can't prove that as a hawk is actually a like you can't prove that as a hawk can actually affect all the fictional universes, even if he wakes up from the dream or from the sleep and he sees reality as a dream. Because it's like, how do you know that it's not happening against as a hawk too? Um, I, I don't think, and I think sort of blown and webcam parents said it too. Like they said that no, you can't. There is no actual omnipotence in all fiction. Because if there can only be one omnipotent, how can there be multiple omnipotents? How does the licensing work? How come if if one omnipotent destroys all of like fiction and reality, how come fictions can still exist even if said like omnipotent God destroyed all of it, they would still exist. Um, I used to argue for the sex verse too, and I don't think I don't know. I think that people need to understand that it's very hard to like always argue for uh, it's hard to argue for like characters that haven't shown, like even if they say they've said it and it's implied, it's kind of hard to argue for characters, especially if they're inconsistent and they haven't shown, like even if they haven't shown limits to something doesn't mean they don't have them. For example, a lot of people will say that Saitama, well, he's a gag character, which I don't believe that. Okay, but let's say that Saitama is actually a gag character. Well, Saitama is not only a gag character, but people said, well, he unsealed his limiter, he broke his limiter. So if he broke his limiter, um, then that means he doesn't have any limits. Therefore, he can be anybody in fiction. The problem with this, of course, is that that is an art that is a fallacy. That argument is a no limits fallacy. It's saying that because I've seen no limits, there's no limits to, because it's saying that because there is no limits to that I've seen, that must mean he has no limits. It's like, how can you say that? Like, just because you haven't seen any limitations doesn't mean a character doesn't have limitations, because you scale by what you know, not by what you think you know. If a certain character is only shown certain feats, and yeah, feats aren't everything, but if a certain character is only shown feats a certain way. Okay, now on Resident Evil 4 full playthrough part 2. It should be loading. But yeah, just because you say, and I uploaded it on 9 years ago, and this was uploaded on December 10th, 2016, and I will be probably going to the bathroom soon and getting something to eat because I gotta stretch and stuff. But and then this part 2 is 38 minutes. I'll probably go get something to eat. But as I was saying before, these, like, saying that Saitama beats any character in fiction is just plain bad. And even if you go with the gag character stuff, you can't say that Saitama is a unbeatable god. Just because he hasn't shown limits doesn't mean he doesn't have any. As for in the fight against Garu, there's a chart that says he basically had to get stronger because his current strength wasn't strong enough. He doesn't one punch all of the enemies anyway and defeat them. So even the title One Punch Man I don't think is very consistent. They just like to say he would win just because they like him or they don't know how to skill properly. And even if you like use highball interpretation to say, well, he removed his limit, well, go the Saiyans from Dragon Ball don't have limits either. Like, that's basically established lore. It's like, how come Goku doesn't get the same treatment? It's like, yeah, well, like Saitama hasn't even shown any multiversal feats, so I don't think he beats Goku in that department or a lot of any fictional characters. But that's what I have to say. So anyway, I will be back. I'll probably keep the mic on. Oh wait, before I wanna do this. Okay, let's do. I'll put it on the Resident Evil game, and I'll be back. Alright, I'm back now. Um, so, yeah. Okay, so I think after watching my clips, I'm going to watch, some Left 4 Dead 2 Nightmare mod stuff because it reminds me of Cry of Fear and Afraid of Monsters, which are both Half-Life mods. Well, Cry of Fear was made its own game, and I think you need Half-Life to play Afraid of Monsters, or for the other mods called They Hunger or Nightmare House or something. Uh, so it was oh, let's see. Yeah, there's a Nightmare mod that goes through all of the campaigns, and it's like almost 6 hours long, but that's okay. I'm going to show some of it because of how awesome it looks. Maybe I'll do a playthrough of it someday like, the only reason why I don't, well, I kind of made my own a nightmare, like, made my own mixture nightmare, um, for Left 4 Dead 2. I just didn't make it sound like Cry of Fear, but I made the game. I actually made the AI better, like a lot better too, because I made it have a lot more enemies and more health and better AI because I did it to balance out that I have overpowered bots on, and most of the time I also have like 7 other companions. I used a 8 player single player mod to allow more players on different maps and stuff, and like even like custom maps you can have usually more than 4 unless the map doesn't allow it. And so that's that's why I um it's why no, I don't mind it too much. So hello everybody. Hello. Hello. Ow, that hurt my eardrums. Okay, and I wish I had a stand. Alright. Oh, yeah, okay, so I think I'll play some games after this too. But, after I watch some other clips besides Resident Evil 4. I did play through the whole game. As you can see, I played through the whole game. I think that I'll just try to. I'm not gonna skip to the end. It's okay. But also something I found out with my mic is that I found out how I could suppress the background noise, so that people don't hear like fans or other people talking in the background. It does use a little bit more CPU power because I'm streaming on OBS at 1080p, 60 FPS, but my internet can handle it. Also, something I have exciting to tell people is that I recently paid off my phone, paid it off like months ago. It's a $180 Motorola stylus 5G 2026 phone, and it has 128 gigabytes of internal storage. It's got a 6.7-inch AMOLED screen. It's got 20 gigabytes of RAM at the very least. Especially if you use RAM Plus, it's very fast. And I'm on Sprint for $25 for unlimited talk, text, and data. I mean, not Sprint, but Boost Mobile. I'm on unlimited talk, unlimited data, unlimited talk, and unlimited text for $25 a month, which is better than the unlimited unlimited talk and text from AT&T, which cost me $55. But I had to unlock it first, which actually wasn't very hard for me to do. But still, I'd rather just go through, have an unlocked phone, because then you don't have to go through the process of paying it off. But I'm glad I did. That was a huge accomplishment, at least for me, considering I don't really have like a job. I mean, I guess if you earn money, it's a job in some ways, which I do, but I just donate like plasma currently. But it's hard to find a job these days, especially in this economy. A lot of people can't find full-time jobs. The full-time jobs are taken up, and with technology and with automation and AI, jobs are going to even become less available. And I think that's going to worry some people, because if you either have to deal with UBI, or the government should at least have free housing, free food, and free water, free stuff to just live, which they, kind of already do. There's homeless shelters in the United States and Japan and other places, which I like, but I still think that, I know a lot of people are going to say that, well, you didn't need that back in the day, but the thing is, you could get by with just an 8-hour job and you could raise a family. The problem is the cost of living is very high, and some of that is the way people spend money. Like, they want a certain lifestyle, so that's probably going to eat their money, which is their fault, but some of it's not. People who genuinely try very hard, but they can't do it. They can't get by, or they can barely get by, just because the system is set up in a way that it's very hard to get. It's very hard to get ahead. But it's not the fact that it can't happen. It's just a lot harder. And so I think that I think what needs to happen now is UBI, or as I said before, UBI has to happen, or they have to find a way to lower the cost of living. And the expectations are too high, because I don't see why people like can't understand like I don't see why people can't seem to understand that I don't know. I think um I think that they need to try to do something about the cost of living. Some of it's the people's fault, some of it's the price, and some of it's not being able to find enough high-paying jobs. Because most people don't mind working 8 hours. I do, but I try to find jobs that are more for me and suited for my personality. And since I don't live a lavish life, nor do I care to, and I have a simple life, which is fine by me. I don't need like high. I don't need like high wages, but it would be nice to earn some more money so I could just do a little bit more stuff, which is already very little, or yeah, have more stuff. And so something else I thought about too, as I was like on the break, is that people, well, I've already said that people they should just try not to be bothered by very much. Um, you know, be okay with your beliefs being questioned about anything and try to respond in a way, because people a lot of times will just try to rage bait you or troll you. Some people don't do that, and that's actually how they are. But a lot of people will try to like rage bait you, and they'll try to like get your goat. But the thing is, if you don't entertain them, just don't entertain them, and they'll be forced to. They will be forced to say that um they'll be forced to say or just not want to deal with you. Um, if they won't have to deal with you, and they will just think you're boring, which people thought I was boring, and um but that's why they don't talk to me very much. It's because they think that I'm like boring to talk to, which I don't blame them. Actually, I am boring to talk to because I'm a reserved, indifferent, asexual, aromantic, indifferent person, and I just because I don't take things personally or get offended, even at things that maybe with other people, but not me. I can sort of debate my way in a calm, cool way, and a lot of people can't don't know how to deal with it because you don't give them an inch, you don't give them anything, and people don't like that. They don't know how to handle it. So yeah, there's But yeah, another thing too is I like giving out compliments to people, like especially like aesthetics and style. I like if I find an aesthetic that's pretty, I'll compliment it. Um, and it also doesn't bother me either because I can actually know how to handle how like like what people like, for example, women. I've talked to models before, and I haven't let it bother me before. And I think that I think it's because I'm just unbothered by also by what people wear because I care more about like the substance of what they're talking about. I guess it just doesn't bother me like normal people. However, um, just because I can like an aesthetic doesn't mean I like the ideology. It's the same with liking cool fiction or liking fiction that I appreciate, but I still don't want to do real life. People who blame fiction for real life problems don't realize that there's there's uh there's always been problems even before fiction existed. Um, People can kill each other for no reason. Is why you need objective morals, and I think you need God because there's nothing that really has true value because everything dies. If you don't have an objective something to ground it in, whether you call that God or an objective reality, which you still go through it through a subjective lens, you can't actually determine what that means. Um, I just think that people, I think that people like they need to. I think like I just think that people need to not be bothered at being challenged and stuff. Heck, and LDS, I get that too. A lot of people say that the Latter-day Saint Church is like racist. I don't think they are. I just think people take verses out of context and they don't have the exegesis of those passages. And you need to read the full take of that of those verses. Other because I'm not a very good LDS or Mormon. I don't preach or I don't go to church and I don't really pay my tithing much, but I do think the theology, I think a lot of it makes sense, even if I don't fully agree with the like if I don't always agree with the popular interpretation of passages or I don't always agree with what the church does. Granted, I think the church does more good than bad, but like every group, there is a couple of bad apples, but on average, I think the average religious person does more good than bad. But to me, it's about behavior, which is why Jesus says others will get into the kingdom before the Pharisees, because the Pharisees were very self-righteous hypocrites who are not consistent. That's why he says, you Pharisees are basically hypocrites. You hold others to the standards that you don't hold yourself to. They think that they have the authority. It's like what Jesus says, if there was a sheep that was stuck in a pit, wouldn't you go get it out? And they thought they were king of the mountain. They thought they were God's favorites or God's chosen, which I think anybody who sees Jesus Christ as like at least the Son of God is God's chosen, because and no, I don't think Jews killed Jesus. I think it was more the Romans at the behest of the Jews, and Jesus like went on the cross willingly too. That's what people don't seem to understand. Is like Jews or nobody else can. If Jesus Christ is God, because He's God's Son, and He has the eternal nature of the Father, and if the Father's nature is eternal and He's eternally begotten from the Father, the Son has the same eternal nature and the same abilities because He's eternally the Son. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And the Word became flesh and dwelt among us. In Philippians it says, who is in the form of God did not see, he did not see it bad to be equal of God because He is God. Jesus in Christ in Revelation also says He is the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, which is a word for God. And so that tells you, He says, before Abraham was, I am, which many Pharisees took it as saying, I am basically God, I am Yahweh. Jesus Christ perfectly represents a perfect being perfectly. In Hebrews, God the Father calls Jesus Christ God, which is very strange because if He was a fully empowered human, why would He be called such a high name? Why would God the Father call Jesus Christ God? I don't think it makes much sense. Also, why would Jesus? Oh, I'm almost done with watching Resident Evil. Why would God call Jesus Christ God if He at least wasn't? Because I don't think He would call just a fully empowered creature. And also, even if we say Jesus Christ is just a fully empowered creature, what makes Jesus so different from like other people? Like, what makes Him different? What makes Jesus Christ special in a way the other ones couldn't be? Even if, let's say, even if God gave other creatures power the exact same way that other characters could. So this video it's called Ballista Quad Feed. It was 20 years ago and uploaded May 26, 2015. Okay, so as I was saying before, how could anybody say that Jesus Christ isn't God when God called Jesus Christ God? And let's say God made a fully powered, fully empowered human creature or human being, the same thing as Jesus Christ, right? So this fully powered creature has all the same abilities. We call this person B, and if Jesus Christ is just a fully empowered creature, why was He called the firstborn too? Like, He's the firstborn of creation. I don't think firstborn means He's literally the first human. Oh, and here's where I caught a lightning strike on camera. This was 10 years ago, uploaded July 9th, 2015. Maybe I'll keep it at on theater mode. But how can people say that He can't be like God if there's a lot of evidence that Jesus Christ is God. And you can't say that he can't be God just because your interpretation is off. When you look at the rest of the passages and the fact that God calls Jesus Christ God, which I think is a huge deal. Jesus is called the firstborn of creation, meaning he's like the firstborn of creation in terms of creating stuff like first. How can people say, and there's the lightning, how can people say that he can't be the firstborn? It's ridiculous. It's really, really ridiculous. And one of the 6 on screen hit May 23rd, 2015. And, but yeah, it's very strange how people think like, oh, well, like Jesus Christ he was a creation. Christianity was just, oh yeah, okay. Hypervoid, that game was fun. Uploaded September 15th, 2015. Hypervoid demo. Hypervoid 2. It was a demo, and that was fun. But how can people say that, like, Jesus Christ can't be God? I don't get it. Maybe I do. Well, maybe I don't. Okay, so a lot of these are still going strong too. These other videos. Okay. So like start that over. Alright, next one is Child of Light. I'll just skip that. Because there's like, we still have a lot more videos to go, and I want to play some games after. It's triple headshot, hit on Black Ops, hit on February 11th, 2016. And so, yeah, I was kind of stunned when I hit that. It was pretty cool. Wanted a quad feed, but I didn't get it, so that's okay. Unravel, uploaded 10 years ago. Let's skip that. Nano Assault Neo X hit May 26, uploaded May 26, 2016. I don't get a lot of views, but that's okay. As I said, I'm a very boring person. I'm a very reserved, asexual, aromantic, boring person that isn't bothered by a lot of stuff. But so what else am I going to talk about? I played the game on the PlayStation 4. I used to have one. It was fun to play with. But now I play on PC and mobile, and I don't miss paying online for consoles. Which maybe they should go back to not paying, but people are going to pay it, so they're going to continue it. Capitalism, baby. So, Jesus Christ, I think, is God. And the arguments against it, I think, are very bad interpretations. Especially, it's like, how can you know what God can and can't do specifically if you don't have the abilities of God? You don't have all knowledge of God. You don't have all power, all the abilities of God. You don't have the all powers of God. How can you possibly know what God can or cannot do? And these people are weirdos. How can they not know How can they truly know that their conclusion about God is correct? Oh, God can't make a square circle. God can't do this. God can't do that. It's like, how do you know what God can or can't do? And how do you know that we around and around? How do you know that God can't actually, um, how do you know that God can't make a square circle if you don't have it? If you don't have the ability or knowledge to know what God can and can't do, it's very like ridiculous. Oh, I know what he would do. It's like, man, maybe you don't. Actually, I kind of want to play this game again. Like, you control, like flying through germs. But like, how do you know what God can or can't do? You can't know that because you don't know if God's logic works better than ours. In fact, it says in the Bible that His ways are above our ways and His thoughts are above our thoughts. And so, God is much like higher and better than anybody else. You can't say that God can't do something because you don't understand it. It's like an argument from incredulity. Now, as an LDS Mormon, I don't believe that God made the universe from nothing, but that doesn't mean I don't believe He can't do it. I just don't think He did. And saying, well, something can't come from nothing, well, maybe God can just do things that you don't understand. It's just an argument from incredulity to say, oh, God is able to be understood by a human. Therefore, God has to have the, in his Resident Evil 6 Leon vs. Chris uploaded July 3rd, 2016. But anyway, going back to what I was saying, I think that arguments against Jesus Christ being God are very, very fickle. I don't think they hold up. And you can have, like, you can be, you can have, and here's Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin, uploaded August 2016. So yeah, we faced the Dragon Riders. It was me and like two other Phantoms, and we just wrecked them. Yeah, they're getting destroyed. That game is fun. I gotta play Elden Ring sometime. Maybe I will. So here's Fantasy Star Episode 1 and 2. Ultimate difficulty. I uploaded with my phone, as you can see by the bad low quality. I kinda like it. I uploaded August 21st, 2016. I gotta get my laptop to 2021. It has a GTX 1650 in it, which is still plays games very well. Because I didn't know much about graphics cards, but I wanted a, I guess, like the next because I want another laptop with at least an RTX 4070 series, because the RTX 4070 is even stronger than like the PlayStation 5 Pro, and it's stronger by quite a bit too. But I also have 24 gigabytes of RAM in it, and so that was cool too. Okay. Yeah, the mic sounds better when you're a little bit closer. It doesn't sound like it sounds more spacey, but you don't want to get too close. And I was level 71 right there. I gave it. Fantasy Star Online is fun, and I might do another playthrough of it. Um, they should like re-release it with cross-platform plan online, considering how much better online has gotten. And here's a Black Ops 3 quad feed, I think, with the Locust, and it was uploaded 20 September 26, 2016. So yeah, I do want to, because I've been doing like emulation a lot too, and yeah, that was kind of crazy. Because Black Ops 3 it's like harder than sniping due to like the lack of auto aim, and so I was very surprised when I hit that. Like that was awesome. It was 1886 the order menu thing, and I uploaded it November 21, 2016. And I uploaded this one because I couldn't find the main menu thing anywhere. And so I thought, well, why not just upload it from the PlayStation 4? And I did. And so that was fun. That was fun too. Yeah, here I am playing Shovel Knight. Uploaded December 10th, 2016. But you know, it's a retro cool game. But the people who say Jesus can't be God just because he doesn't tell him, I think it's very funny, because it's like pretty sure Jesus is more intelligent than any of us, and you can not say you're something and still be that thing. Jesus doesn't have to say he's God for him to be God. It even flat out says he came as a humble servant. He came to serve. And even like, as I was saying before, like, let's say for example, person B will be a creature. Person A is Jesus Christ. Person B and person A are given the exact same abilities. They're given the exact same stuff. They're given the exact same. They're given the exact same like abilities, specialness, uniqueness, and it's not like God, like it's not like God was under some like. It's not like God was like under some he was under some like time constraint, because it seems like even if we say God could have made anybody special and uniqueness, and he could have made them as successful as Jesus, like, just because you have all knowledge and all power doesn't mean you would be able to comprehend it, and it doesn't mean you would be able to perfectly represent that perfect being in a perfect way. And so I think the issue people run into is that I think people run into the issue that people run into is that they think that God could make another creature, and it's not the fact that God can't make another. It's not that God can't make another creature. It's not that God can't make another creature. It's that God can't, like, he can make another creature as successful as Jesus. But the issue is, why did he choose Jesus as the firstborn? Like, let's say Jesus Christ is just a created being who was created special due to God, and that he was special because God created him that way. Well, what makes Jesus the firstborn of all of creation. Let's say Jesus is the firstborn of all creation. If Jesus was the first creation, why was Jesus chosen? Okay, now it's Layers of Fear demo uploaded on December 10th, 2016. Let's say, why did God choose Jesus Christ as the firstborn special in this perfect plan and perfect wisdom? What made God want to choose a created creature, if he is one, choose say that if Jesus is the only one that was capable? Because even in the scriptures, it seems to imply that Jesus is the only one who could perfectly represent a perfect God, perfectly in a perfect way and fully comprehend it. Because Jesus says, if you don't have me, you don't get to the Father. He says, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father but through me. So how do we interpret that? And it's very hard to get away from, because you have to be able to you have to be able to say that God, I'm skipping the Plants vs Zombies on the Xbox One, and I'm going up to my FIFA gameplay uploaded December 10th, 2016. But as I was saying before, I don't think that you could I don't think it's fair for people to say that there's no evidence that Jesus Christ is chosen, is like not special in some way. Oh, people say, well, God could have chosen anybody, he just chose to do it through Jesus. Well, then you have to ask, why did he choose Jesus and why not someone else? Well, because he just, in an infinite wisdom, he knew Jesus was the only one who, he was the one who could get the job done. And it's like, well, why did he choose Jesus if the other ones could have got the job done? And some people say, some non-Trinitarians, like Unitarians, say, oh, well, he could have chosen, but he chose Jesus because due to his infinite wisdom. And if you make a perfect being, like if you make a perfect being like Jesus, you don't need to create another Jesus, and that is true. But then you have to run into another issue that says, well, what makes Jesus so impressive? Why was Jesus the first one to be created a certain way? Because even if you like relegate him and delegate him to like this, like the status of him just being a fully empowered creature, you still have to explain away his pre-incarnation, which many don't believe he is pre-incarnate, but they believe that Jesus is. They believe that like Jesus is. They believe that Jesus Christ is, like, some people believe that he's just a reincarnation. But even if they don't believe he's a pre-incarnation, a lot of them don't believe like he existed before becoming human. But then many will also admit that he was internally in the plan as a concept, like not like a actual breathing entity, like a spirit, like not even a spirit, but he was still eternally central to God's perfect plan. And if Jesus is so central to God's perfect plan that God needs Jesus to be the first, because he either can and he didn't, which still begs the question, why is Jesus the first, like the first original, if therefore he doesn't need to make other ones? So like, because he doesn't need to make other one, which still means that Jesus is still the firstborn of creation because he was created even before anybody else was, like, even before anybody else was given that specialness, and they don't have to make, God didn't have to make another Jesus because he made his original Jesus. So why does Jesus have to be the first one? Because it seems like Jesus still had to be the first one of any original creation, which makes Jesus still special. The fact that he was the first chosen, the firstborn, if you interpret it as he was the first, like, son of God. Because if he has the Father's nature as the Son of God, that would still make him basically essentially God, because God's nature is supposedly eternal, and if he has the eternal nature of God, then he is God too, because by nature he has the same exact stuff that his Father has for eternity. Even if you want to say it's just a concept of, like, if Jesus wasn't a entity, living, breathing, which kind of lines up with the intelligence stuff about how Jesus always existed in the Godhead as some eternal something, but he was still in the Godhead for eternity, and the Holy Ghost, the God the Father, and Jesus Christ, the Son of God, can all perfectly represent each other perfectly in a perfect harmony. Because if you're basically God in all things but name, you are basically God, even if people don't think you are God. So the other thing too that people don't, so that's like kind of how I see it. If Jesus Christ isn't special and he's just a fully empowered messenger or divine messenger of God, then God is essentially unknowable, because you can't get to God without going through a mediator, instead of Jesus being God and then coming down, and that the Word of God became flesh and dwelt among us. But it seems like Jesus is so central to God the Father that the two are 100% inseparable. Like, I know people believe in, like, the hypostatic, like, people say the hypostatic union doesn't make sense and that they're like separate entities. Even if you want to say that that's the case, they're not separate entities in terms of, I don't think they're separate entities. I don't think they're separate entities in terms of not being able to, they're not separate entities and, like, not being able to do things that the other ones can. People will bring up, like, Jesus Christ didn't know the day nor the hour, not the Son. But I take it as more like it's not for him to reveal, only the Father. But even if you say that, oh, well, Jesus Christ didn't actually know the hour, that would only speak for his humanity, not his, like, pre-incarnation version. But even if you don't believe in the pre-incarnate Jesus, you have to admit, God calling another creature God in Hebrews is a big deal, because God the Father still calls Jesus Christ God. I don't think he calls any other created being God besides Jesus. And that's what's so impressive, is that even if you want to say Jesus is just a regular person who was fully empowered by God the Father, Jesus Christ is still called God by the God that people worship. Like, that's pretty dang special. God the Father doesn't call anybody else God except Jesus, because he is one with the Father. Jesus calls himself one with the Father. If you've seen me, you've seen the Father. If you have, if you like, you know, he says you don't get the Son, you don't get the Father either. Like, I think people just think about his humanity and they diminish his divinity, or they diminish his divinity. They diminish his humanity to like have his divinity higher, and it's like it doesn't work with Jesus because Jesus is a higher level. Alright, well, I'm just gonna skip some of that FIFA stuff. Showing that Jesus is a higher level than just some guy. Assassin's Creed, uploaded December 10th, 2016. But an Assassin's Creed Unity is fun. I don't have it on the Xbox, but I do have it on my Steam. I have it on PC. And a lot of people didn't like Assassin's Creed Unity. I didn't mind it. I actually did like it, enjoy it. And I got some of the most powerful weapons, or the most powerful weapon I think in the game. And the multiplayer is really, really fun too. Like the co-op missions, like they were fun to play. And I have it on Steam again. But yeah, as I was saying before, but if Jesus Christ isn't God and he's just a creature that any other creature could have succeeded, either Jesus can't be inherently special and he can't be the firstborn. So if Jesus, because it's like, I think it's one of like basically a couple of options. If Jesus Christ isn't the Son of God, like if Jesus Christ isn't inherently special, meaning he doesn't have something that inherently that God can't give him, and he was always that way. Jesus must be either inherently special or Jesus. Either Jesus must be inherently special. Or did I get it? Oh yeah. For this fight, I got the most powerful swords in the game. I got a lot of the costumes too, and I liked it. I got a lot of the outfits. I really love that game too. I like the outfits. Obviously, I'm a European buff too. I also had like Assassin's Creed Black Flag, but I didn't play it as much as this game. Not that I think that Black Flag was a bad game, but I think Unity is better. You might have to play the other Assassin's Creed. And Assassin's Creed is a lot like well, what do you call it? Assassin's Creed is a lot like Prince of Persia. In fact, it's probably the spiritual successor. Prince of Persia was cool too. I like the second and third game as well. But getting back to what I was saying, so either Jesus has something innate that not even God the Father can give, by virtue of being the first creation of God implies that God probably looked around and said he could, but um, nobody else besides Jesus could perfectly represent him in a perfect way, in a perfect plan, with perfect wisdom, which also tells you that if anybody else could have done what Jesus did and had the same results, don't you think he would have, God could have picked Abraham or Elijah or Moses? Heck, even Jesus Christ says Moses wrote about him in the Old Testament. Um, so that's why I think he's so good, because it's like either Jesus has something inherent that nobody else has, or that Jesus was the first created, the firstborn of all of creation, and God thought that Jesus had to be first because nobody could do what Jesus could, and well, even if they could, they wouldn't have the same success, which is why a fully powered that has the same specialness, it has the same uniqueness of Jesus, would still not accomplish or be successful as Jesus could, because Jesus was chosen as the first unique one. Even if you say that God could give the same abilities, which implies even if God gave creature person A, not person B, which I say Jesus in this scenario, person B or creature B can't have the same success as person A, because person B, even if fully empowered and given the exact same abilities by God, was not chosen first, even if it seems like God could have made them the same way as Jesus and with the same specialness. So how can you say God the Father, or Jesus Christ, as like, because even if you say that Jesus Christ is just God's like eternal Son with the same like essence as his Son, even if you say that like the different people and different persons, he would still be the Son of, like, even as just the Son of God, he would still have the nature of God. And if he has the nature of God for eternally, then he probably has the same abilities as well, even as just a creation of God. So there's no reason to say Jesus Christ can't actually. There's no reason to say Jesus Christ can't actually do. There's no reason to say Jesus Christ can't do the same thing that the Father's. And no, if he's eternally begotten and he has the same nature, eternal nature as the Father, he's got the same abilities as the Father, then that would imply that Jesus Christ is eternally God because he has the Father's eternal nature as the Son. Jesus Christ being the Son of God probably has serious repercussions for people who probably don't even think they probably don't even think about it in a way, except for I guess in a way that people don't want to accept it. Does that mean that they can't, like other creatures or people, or can't do it? No. But you can't say for certain that God the Father and God the Son and the Holy Spirit aren't one. If they're perfect, if you represent a perfect person in a perfect way, perfectly, and not, I mean, not just aesthetic wise, but like personality wise, ability wise, and you've done that for eternity. Even as just the son, you are almost effectively that person. Heck, in Isaiah 6:9 or Isaiah 9:6, it says it calls Jesus the everlasting Father. In Zechariah 12, I think, or 14, or something like that, it says that Jesus Christ, uh, all of Israel will weep at the side of the side of the person who got speared in the side. And unless you're talking about metaphorically, you probably already have a good guess of who this person who got stabbed in the side of a lance is. And it's not hard to see. It's not hard to see who we're talking about. It's Jesus who we're talking about. So okay. So yeah, this is all strange. It's all weird. I don't know if I want to play through Unity again. I have it on Steam. It plays much better on my like PC than it does the original Xbox One. I was thinking about, like, before I got into PC gaming, I was thinking about getting like the Xbox One X or the PlayStation 5, but I just thought, well, there's no real, like, there's no point in doing it. I think what has to, I don't know. I think, I think that, I think what has to happen is that people need to try to explain or justify why maybe they believe what they believe, but justification isn't always set in stone. In fact, I'll probably talk about the transcendental argument tag in a second, which puts people on the back foot and kind of says like, oh well, if you can't like it's like, oh, if you can't like justify it, that means and if my worldview can, and you can't account for justification, and my worldview can, and my worldview is correct because X is necessary for Y therefore X, but X hasn't been proven. X is God in this case. People like Jay Dyer and Andrew Wilson and Jim Bob, which I appreciate them, all three of them made me become a better debater. But then the problem is, it can feel like it's begging the question, because you're putting the people on the back foot, and then they say, well, because I think Jay Dyer in his debate with Matt Dillahunty, he said, well, since you can't justify stuff that you use and I can, I'm right. But just because you can justify something and the other ones can't justify it doesn't mean that the source of the justification, Allah God, exists, or even if it exists, you probably wouldn't be able to objectively prove God in a way because you're doing it through a subjective lens. So let's say, for example, God is real and God is, you can prove God, but you can't prove God objectively because you wouldn't even know what that God looks like. Like, how do you know what that God would look like? Um, but to say you would know what that God would look like it's very odd. And even if we accept that the God of the Bible exists, and Dr. Malpass brought this up too, is that you wouldn't be able to tell, you wouldn't be able to tell like, you wouldn't be able to tell how, you wouldn't be able to prove it in an objective way. So, you wouldn't, you wouldn't, you just wouldn't be able to prove it. At least not in an objective way. Like, how can you objectively... Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. I can't tell if the microphone is more from the top or from the side. I think it's more from the top. Let me try it. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. I think it's more better from the top. Wait, I know the word I'm using. Hello, 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 hello. Yeah, it seems to be more from the top. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Alright, so now I'm playing the multiplayer for Assassin's Creed Unity. Look how many Mars I have. And it's fun. Still have 10 more minutes left. Oh, I'm going to watch it. I think some of it is Black Flag too. Yeah, the Unity game is fun. Also, I've been learning how to I'm gonna talk about tag. I was going to talk about how I learned how to encrypt my hard drive and encrypt my SD card, but I'll do that later. So going back to the tag stuff, I think Dr. Alex Malpass said something along the lines of, okay, let's grant that your God is true, God is real, and objectively exists. You would still be looking through it through a subjective lens, and you wouldn't be able to prove it objectively. And saying that just because you can justify why you use something doesn't mean just because you can justify the source doesn't mean you've proven it by the lack of other people not being able to give one. And I think that's a big issue. Every argument and like every argument is bad, like, well, not bad but limited, because there's a whole bunch of stuff that you can say that um there's a whole bunch of stuff that you can say that other people like uh have. I shot a crowd so I could disperse it. Smart though, because then it gets rid of the people. I'm kind of surprised at how big Unity's crowd could get on the original like Xbox One, and I do want to play through it again now that I'm watching it. It looks fun. And I actually cared because I have it on Steam. I decided, well, let's just buy it on Steam, and I bought it, and I had fun. I have to start all the way over again, but that's okay. I think that's part of it. But maybe there is like a because some people say the combat and gameplay isn't very good. But I found it serviceable. I think the sword play is a little bit sloppy, but I found it serviceable. So what else am I saying? So what I'm saying is that I still can't tell what direction this what direction this mic comes from. Okay, yeah, Google, I know that my cloud storage space is drying up. You don't have to like keep reminding me. Yeah, I use Google Cloud Storage as well, but like they don't like just like be quiet about it. And yeah, I haven't turned off the notification thing, but still, it's like they remind me like every other day. It's like I will get to it. I'll buy more storage because of how fast and seamless and simple it is. Cause one thing, even if you don't like Google, you can't deny that Google works. A lot of Google projects work quick and fast. And so you can't deny it. Okay, now we're playing Black Flag. Multiplayer. And I forgot what Black Flag was about, but I think it's about facing, I think there's multiple, oh, that was cool. I think there was multiple, like, game modes you could play. I kinda, because, well, this is before cross-platform play, like, really took off. And, you know, cross-platform play took off with, Fortnite, but there was cross-platform play on Final Fantasy 11 between the PlayStation 2, the 360, and the PC. This was back in like, I don't know, 2004, 2005, or 2006. And they got Xbox and PlayStation to be able to play together, which is almost basically unheard of. But they were able to get around it by playing on the Square Enix Square Enix service, not using their own. Now that like it's a lot more mainstream, now most games have cross-platform play. Speaking of video games, there's a game There's there's something you can download called Nucleus Co-op and what it allows to do is that you can play split screen on one PC with games that don't even support it. For example, Dark Souls 1 or Elden Ring, especially with the seamless co-op mod, you can have four people or maybe even more on the same screen playing together throughout the whole game with Nucleus co-op. And that is so awesome. That's another reason why PC I think wins, because you can just do a lot more um, on PC. Granted, yes, you have to set up some stuff and it doesn't things don't immediately work outside of the gate and you have to be a little bit more tech savvy, but I find that fun to do because PC you just have a lot more options than you don't. Um, okay, so I like the executions in Black Flag and multiplayer. So I'm just going to fast. I'm just going to go up a little bit more. Um, let's go to Nemuma Breath of Life. Fuma, Breath of Life, Fuma. And after that is Hustle Kings Part 4, and after that is Rocket League. Okay, so Breath of Life, PNEUMA, Breath of Life, Numa, was uploaded December 10th, 2016. I uploaded a lot of things on December 10th, it seems like. And so this is my first 1080p stream. I'm actually proud of it. So yeah, I love this game. It's a good game. So as I was saying before, I do full body workouts too. Like I like doing full body workouts at home because you don't have to rely on equipment. Because not only is equipment expensive, but it breaks. And so I think it's better if if people this is it's a beautiful game, by the way. If people don't want to like I don't know. Hey, I've been streaming for almost 3 hours. I'm also 33 years old, but I get told I look 19 a lot, and people say black don't crack a lot, which I appreciate it. I think it's a little bit weird, but I don't mind the compliments. In fact, because I'm a loner, I sit alone by myself and I ponder and think, and people will keep coming up to me because I have a mono Kuma hat, and people will say, "Oh, you have a nice hat, Matthew," and it's like, yeah, I know, it's pretty cute. Or they'll say hi to me and just come up to me and say hi or want a drink or something. Or do I have money? Which I'm happy to oblige at times. And I have the money too. And if I don't have like other bills, I don't mind helping some people out. I think it shows I think it shows courtesy and Christ-like stuff, even to help them a little bit. Because you should try to help people because you might be the only light in someone's life, and small acts of kindness can go a long way. You should, but you should also try not to need external validation from others because then be you're always going to be want to be controlled by that stuff. And there's no reason to there's no reason to there's no reason to say um stuff that wouldn't, I guess, help people, especially if you want good karma. This maybe might not exist, it might, but it's probably always better to try to follow the golden rule. Now, some people can say, well, um, we shouldn't, we shouldn't just follow what people like, but that's why you shouldn't put your value in external people because can people can just screw you over because if you don't act a certain way for certain people, they try to gaslight you or they try to tell you you should act a certain way. So now I'm watching Hustle Kings, and I think I got to the on PlayStation 4, uploaded December 10th, 2016. This game was hard. But it was fun. I played on the PlayStation 4. It's like a full game. And do 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 do. Do 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 do. Like yeah, that Mark Z guy is kinda hard. Maybe I'll have to play this game again too. I kinda wanna just play games that kinda just wanna play games that yeah, I wanna play games that I used to play and stuff. Do 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 do. Yes, I missed that one. Look, that guy missed that one too. You Aquaman. Oh yeah, that was my name on PSN. Before, I think I made a new one. I think I either made a new one or I changed my name, which you can on the PlayStation 4. Um, okay. Ooh, I'm getting tired a little. So I was um exercising earlier, both at the gym, and then I exercised a little bit more um outside. Oh, and it was so tiring. But I'm not even in shape right now, and so like I kind of. Well, yeah, some of these people on like the pool game is tough. Like now, I know hindsight is like 2020, but I realized I probably could have made life easier for myself. Like put my red ball in front of the yellow balls, and not always go for the not always go for not always go for like the ball and stuff. Um, do, 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 do. I think I think I forgot how to win. I think I did beat her eventually. Maybe I didn't. I think I forgot how. I know it just jumps up to a new one. I don't know if I could beat her. Actually, I think I did beat her. Look at what's happening. Okay. I need to stand for this. It's going to come. It's gonna happen. Don't worry, it will. Okay. Slow motion. Matthew Aqua wins. against Claire B. See, and I got to the very last person. And I think I decided to quit because shows that, yeah, I could probably get to the last person. Or maybe it's online, I don't know. I'm gonna skip this though, because I'm kinda, yeah, I kinda wanna play games. So I'm going to skip a lot of, I'll just skip to Sparkle on the PlayStation 4. Cause I really like this game a lot. I uploaded it on December 10th, 2016. Alright. Let's go back again. And let's start that Dungeons and Dragons one over. And that debate, the Mark Reed versus Andrew Wilson debate went on for 7 hours. That's ridiculous. And it seems like everything's still going well. Okay. VG, okay. What am I doing? Oh, I want to watch the Sparkle on the PlayStation 4. So, I'm going to, I'll probably leave for it. I'm going to leave because I want to exercise and get up and walk around. It's always important to get up and walk around and do stuff. And, but that's why I appreciate streamers so much, because they can stream for hours on end while getting paid. But even if you got paid, like, that would be kind of boring, just sitting in a chair all day. It's like, but you know, streaming is still a real job. Anything you earn money is a real job, because, you know, all you have to do for a real job is earn money in real life. And since everything you do in this life is, at least I'm pretty certain, is an object, this reality is probably real in some sense. But, I don't know. When I get back, I don't know what to talk about. Yeah, I'll just do whatever comes on my mind, because I'm going to be here for a while, and I've been almost streaming for 3 hours straight, but that's okay. I like it. Yeah, let's just go halfway right now. I remember it, yeah. I could have sworn I thought I was gonna lose on like that. Oh yeah, I said I was going to like go on a like take a break or something. I was getting too caught up in watching my own gameplay. Okay, I'll be back. I'll be back. And I think after I watch or at least go through all of the clips, at least just going through them that I want, I will probably watch. Well, I'll either probably play some video games or watch some. Well, watch some Left 4 Dead like Nightmare mod stuff. I want to because of how cool it looks. One of them is 5 hours long, but you don't need to watch the whole thing to know what it looks like. The mods look very cool, and so that's what I'm going to do. And I'll be well. Actually, let me go through these. Alright, well, I'm gonna put on Oblivion through a Nightmare Darkly. It was uploaded January 28th, 2017. So let's put it. Okay, let's put that there, and I will be back soon. Before I leave, I want to see if I can test the microphone. Is it better from far away or more up close? It's better from more up close. Like the proximity voice and stuff. I just need to figure out how to put this thing on a stand. Well, I'll figure something out. I'll figure the stand stuff out. I want to, because then I could put it in a more optimal position while I can like sit back in my chair if I want. Like more casual. Because I've heard that the microphone isn't supposed to be like, it's not supposed to be like far away, but it's like supposed to be like not completely up in your face, but pretty close to your like face and mouth and stuff. And I have made my dark elf and like Oblivion look so beautiful and pretty. She is just like me. I real life. I'm kidding. And yeah, I have some followers in Oblivion. Like, I of them. And all of these followers are essential because because important. It's not like Morrowind where you could kill important quest characters and completely like lock you out of the game. Some characters are actually in Oblivion and Skyrim. There's a lot of characters that simply can't be killed no matter what because they are essential, meaning you can't kill them. Even if you like knock them, they can only be like knocked out or something. But maybe you should be able to like kill them. But then the problem is they could like get in the middle of you and kill them accidentally, and or if they are not essential, they can be killed by other things. And it's not like Oblivion NPCs are very good at defending themselves. And so, eh, I don't mind them being essential and unkillable, but at least more, like Morrowind was more open in the gameplay, but I actually think Morrowind is overrated too, to be honest. Um, well, my favorite I don't know. I think my favorite Elder Scrolls game is actually Skyrim, especially if you mod it. Maybe it's Battlespire too, because Battlespire looks cool in terms of I like the aesthetics and like darker, the more tower-esque and darker theme of Battlespire. Battlespire. I think it's well. I'll have to check Steam later. I might have to play through that too. Alright. Anyway, I'll just leave it on Oblivion and stuff for a while. 26. See, look how pretty my character looks. So pretty. So pretty. Let's go. See? Look how pretty my character is. And like I also have the Daedra armor. Daedra armor. It was very fun for a long time. But I think I like Skyrim way better. Skyrim. Okay, let's, I will be back. And none of my followers, it's like, see you guys later. None of my followers can go with me in there. That's okay. Oh yeah, because the first time I tried to sleep without the amulet on and you need it on. But I guess you could just have conjuring and summons and stuff, so you're not really alone. Like I'm naked for some reason in the dream. Oh yeah, probably because you have to get your stuff back and the scaling system for Oblivion was broken. Like enemies would scale to your level and like if you put on the highest settings it just became bullet sponges. It didn't make the game harder, it just made the game much longer because you did they had more the enemies I think had more health and they took less health when you hit them, or you did the same health and they just have a lot more HP and they do more damage to you, and if you do it on the highest settings you have to basically have everything maxed out, including all the skills and abilities. I used to not mind it, but then I played Skyrim and I just thought, aren't you supposed to be basically almost a god at that point? How come these things aren't dying in like sooner? That seems kind of ridiculous. Ridiculous. Okay, I'll be back again. I'll be back again. How much do I want to stream? How long do I want to stream for? Maybe 6 hours? I don't know. Arnold Schwarzenegger. I returned just as the quest was ending. Wow. Alright, I'll probably skip some of these or a lot of them. Because I don't care to watch a lot of them. I have lost in Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Didn't last 30 seconds when I got the chrysogram. Okay. Um, I don't know. I've been thinking of just letting it play for a while, like while playing like maybe potentially my other streams, but it would dilute the audio even more, and I can play, and I can go to this stream like to bed because easier than maybe the others perhaps, because once you have like so many people talking, like more than maybe like three, they kind of overlap each other. Unless you play a lot of them really low, in which case doesn't it kind of defeat the point a little? Star Ocean integrity and faithlessness. It's kind of crazy with like 7 people in the party at once. But I found it fun to play, kind of. Was it? Do I think it was good as Shining Resonance Refrain? Not even close. It's still fun though, but not as good. That's also another game I have on that I be on the PlayStation 4 that I have on Steam, and I didn't beat it on. I haven't beaten it on Steam yet. Cause well, I thought about making another playthrough, but I decided, you've already played through it, and I beat a lot of the side quests. I faced a lot of the monsters on the PlayStation 4. I do like the characters in that game too. Like especially Excella, she was probably one of my favorite video game characters. But also speaking of gaming, I'm a little bit tired now actually. But speaking of some of this stuff about uh like characters, a lot of people don't seem to understand that, yeah, a lot of people don't seem to understand that, like, you can, like, you can just like characters for any reason. Like, I'm actually getting really tired. You can like characters that don't, I don't know, what was I saying? Um, hmm, that's too far. What's that trumpet music in the background? Oh, that must be like the lo-fi stuff. Whatever. I guess so. Uh, okay, you know what? I gotta move on. I'll just go through a lot of these. Because a lot of them are inconsequential. Okay, I'll go for Pillars of Eternity. Because I love that game. There's a game called Pillars of Eternity, and that's one of my favorite games. Ended up beating both, like, the really hard dragons. Like the Alpine dragons. Dude, this game, like, Pillars of Eternity is like the original Baldur's Gate games, which are based off of Dungeons and Dragons, which to me is my favorite, like, at least RPG game ever, and it might be my favorite game of all time due to the fact that you can use imagination and just use it like that way and stuff. Oh yeah, you were facing two of them at once. Yeah, that's what made it a hard fight already, like even more extremely difficult. But I did beat them. And yeah, I remember this fight took me like hours to beat, or at least a while. I don't know. The Alpine Dragon might have taken a lot longer. don't exactly remember. It fell flat on its face. Alright, let's go to Abzu, and it's the game is very relaxing. Abzu is a game where you swim with, it's kind of like a flower game, and it's where you like swim underwater. It's like kind of symphony music. It's very relaxing. Abzu. Not played Warband is another game that's fun. Warhammer 2 Vermintide 2 is a good game. Paladins is a good game. Witcher 3 is a good game. And Verlor Verstand demo is good. Call of Duty is a good game. Shadowgate is a good game. Deja Vu 8-bit Adventure Anthology is good. Prey on the PlayStation 2 4 demo is a good game. The Kind of Light demo is good. Overwatch is okay. Final Fantasy 9 is good. Final Fantasy 15 is good. Amnesia but Collection is good. Hitman video games are good. Skyrim is fun. Resident Evil is fun. Minecraft is fun. The Elder Scrolls Arena is fun. Star Wars is fun. Castlevania is fun. Nier and Automata is fun. Kind on the PlayStation 4. Super Smash Brothers. Final Fantasy 7. Outlast 2. Rocket League. Hustle Kings. Plants vs. Zombies on the Xbox One. Those are all fun games, and I'm listing them off because I'm not going to. I don't want to watch them. Like Warhammer Vermintide 2 is fun. Oh, I have to replay that again. Shining Resonance Refrain is very fun. One of my favorite. GTA 5 is fun. Devil May Cry is good. Path of Exile is good. Mega Man Legacy Collection is good. Divinity Original Sin 2. I couldn't really get into it, and I don't know why. It just didn't click with me. Kingmaker on the PlayStation 4 was, that's okay. Doom was fun. Bloodstained Curse of the Moon. Curse of the Moon is okay. So I'm just going to name them off. Yeah, this game is like probably like a puzzle game or platforming game where you go through weird stuff. Alright, let's just skip all the way to Black Ops. Call of Duty Black Ops 2 clips. I don't mind hitting it on bots because uploaded May 24th, 2019. The reason why I don't mind playing bots too much and it doesn't bother me is because it's because like I didn't want to play like Black Ops 2 again someday. Just to see how I would like do these days. I think I'm a much better player now. Yeah, but these clips are pretty insane. I kind of forgot. But yeah, the reason why I think hitting bots is fine because a lot of people say, oh, it's harder to hit players than bots because bots are repetitive and stuff. Like and they're predictable. And like while that is true, a lot of players are actually worse than bots too. And it's like if you hit if you hit clips on like players who are worse than like veteran bots or something, um that's still like it's still you're still saying that the skill level is like you're still saying that the like skill level is like not like better, but I'm saying that like just because they're bots doesn't mean like that like the clip isn't not valid, because I think it depends on who you're like playing to, because a lot of players are very bad, and like are we just going to say that if those if those players are if those players are like good or something like bad or something, um you can't actually like say that like like those characters you can't say that those like players are like actually better than that. How can you possibly say that? Like, because if you get like, because if even if they're with the repetition, if bots are better players than the players you hit the clip up against, then you can't actually say for certain that like it's not more impressive, because bots at least move around and shoot and go to the um, objective, and bots have gone way better, especially with the implement impl, implication with like AI and stuff. So now I'm watching Shadow of the Colossus. That's a very fun game. I love that game. One of my favorite games. It's very atmospheric. I love Shadow of the Colossus. I uploaded that July 4th, 2019. It brings me back. PlayStation 4 one is amazing. Sucks it didn't run at like 60 FPS, I don't think. But it's still very fun. I was kind of blown away about how big the game was on the PlayStation 2. That's pretty impressive. 16 Colossus and a like huge map, and like it's kind of like open field, open world game. I'm very impressed with Shadow of the Colossus. Kingdom Hearts 3 I'll skip. I'll just go to Shadow Warrior. Single player, I need to play that game again too. Shadow Warrior. This 2 is fun. But was this on... I can't tell if it's on the... Was it on the Xbox One I played on? I forgot. But the gameplay is fun. I like the abilities too. And I like that you can play it through 4-player co-op also. It's just sheer fun to play. No, I think this is the Xbox One. something in video games I don't like I don't like sometimes is that if you can't like if there's a option for co-op and you can't find anybody to play with or no one wants to play with you, you should have the option of playing with like every game should be able to give you offline bots, and every game you should be able to play with bots in co-op. That's why I love games like Left 4 Dead or like Warhammer Vermintide, because you can play with other characters, like people or characters, or with companions if there's no like real life people, or if you even want to play them. I play a lot of games, frankly, solo. A lot of people want me to join, and so I politely decline, not because I hate them or anything, but it's because I'd rather play by myself, and I think it makes it funner because you can go at your own pace, and with companions, you can still play with like parties and stuff, but you can have help if you need it too. This is why I like Left 4 Dead 2, Warhammer Vermintide. Warhammer Vermintide 2 is not bad. It's pretty fun, but with companions. Same thing with the original, like Baldur's Gate or Icewind Dale. You can play those with multiplayer with like up to I think 6 people at once, and like the re-releases, they allow cross-platform play. And that's another thing too that a lot of people don't appreciate, is that cross-platform play means that you have a much bigger player pool to play from, and you can find games easier, or you can get other people to play with you easier. That's why with Fortnite, even though it didn't start cross-platform play, it completely revolutionized it. It even managed to get the stubborn Sony. It was very close to cross-platform play before then to open up, and that's pretty impressive. I mean, Sony has become less arrogant these days, but they used to be a lot more arrogant, but now they're not. So it's not a bad thing. I can't believe I'm watching, like, I watched almost like 3/4 fractions of like the clip. I really enjoy watching like the gameplay, because to me it's like this games, I think not only do they have to fit the right aesthetic for the right setting, but they have to play well, depending on what like the genre is and what it's going for. But they also have to fit the aesthetic and style and atmosphere that it's going for. So for example, a game like Shadow Tower, Call of Duty, you want those tight controls because it's trying to present itself as not just a first-person shooter, but a arcade first-person shooter, like gas gameplay. You're running through things, you're shooting things, a lot like Doom. The Doom games aren't like known for that. But for example, a game like Battlefield, who like it has great gameplay too, but for example, Battlefield 1, I have Battlefield 1. It's one of the most prettiest games I've ever played, and that game came out many years ago. And Battlefield 1 gets high praise because its graphics still look very good, even on low settings. It's because they used like photo, photo, photogrammetry or photo trigonometry or something like that, something really high detailed to capture games and play games so I can play the graphics and stuff. I'm actually uh, really happy. I'm actually really happy that that like like it depends on who like. So that's about games. Like same way with Destiny 2, you want those action games to feel as satisfying to play as possible. You don't want the gameplay to feel clunky or to be clunky. You want it to feel responsive and tight and in control. And many of these games do. Even The Witcher 3, I say to some extent, accompanies it. But the reason why is, I guess I give Witcher 3 more pass is because The Witcher 3 known more for its heavy dialogue, good storytelling, heavy storytelling, and that it's very well made, and that The Witcher 3 was very highly praised, especially the DLC Blood and Wine, because that's a game by itself, and it has a lot of combat like content. And well, it's not known for the combat. It's well known for the atmosphere and setting, and that's why I'm watching a super hot gameplay. But that's why I said that uh, that like the gameplay is serviceable, but what it's going for is not fast paced. It's not going for that. So that's what I think. Super Hot is a fun game. I want to play the second one. I think they have a second one. It's where like time stops or slows down, like moving or something, and you have to predict where they're going to shoot and then dodge them. Or it's, mm, so what we're going to dang, I'm getting tired. I don't know if I can handle it, but I do want to watch like at least like just a bit. Oh, so see, look how crazy I have to like do these dots maneuvers and stuff. Cause if you get hit once, you you die or something. And well, I mean, you have to start over. You die and start over, and it was hard. It may think they're like have stormtrooper aim, but when you play the game, they like know where you're going to go, and then so they anticipate it, and so this footage doesn't do it justice. I think I will play it again. I wonder if it's on Steam. I might have to check. If it's not on Steam, it's probably on something else. See, like I have to go like back outside to anticipate where they're going to shoot, and then I have to skillfully dodge it. Like these are crazy. Like neighbors I'm like going off of. See, I'm kind of surprised I didn't like get shot right there. Cause like they had me dead to rights and still couldn't do it. Oh, a lot of it is just trial and error still. It makes me feel like a ninja dodging all of these stuff and then grabbing the gun and then like skillfully dodging out of the way. Oh yeah, it only looks like normal uh, because they like played the footage at like regular speed, but in like the game you have to be like careful. Uh, ooh, I'm tired. Like really tired. But I'm not going to go to bed yet. Not now. I just wanna like watch Left 4 Dead. Like at least like the nightmare stuff. Well, I thought about playing games. Do I want to play games? Eh, maybe I should. Dude, look at how crazy I'm going though. Crazy. Look at what's happening. Oh yeah, I forgot you get more powers as the game goes on. They're like constantly like in tighter corridors, and there's more of them, and they have better guns. So you have to be like uh, very tactical but reactionary. Uh, this train level was it took me a little bit because of how narrow everything is. But with that but like body warp possession power, it was pretty easier to do. Now, did I have to use it? No, but probably better if you did. Or at least I'm not skilled enough to do it. He's anticipating where I'm gonna go, and I have to like go out of the way and stuff. Oh, it was not easy to do. That was ninja time. And then I recorded the same thing like 3 or 4 times. Alright, let's do the Turing test, and after that is called a game called Pox Nora. No, I'm not going to watch it. Well, I'm going to watch the Turing test clip. The game looks kind of fun too. You know, they gave me what, like a gun or something? Like you're in like a spaceship or something. Replay the Bard's Tale trilogy. I beat an ogre and the rest of my people. Code Vein demo, Prominence Poker. Code Vein was not bad, but it kind of reminded me of a lesser Souls game. Where's the troll? Or one ogre lord? Dude, I got my butt handed. I won, but with like one character. You'll see. Okay, let's just skill through it dead. See, I won, but most of my party members died except for like the main character. So yeah, that, as you can see, that didn't go as well as I thought. Didn't go very well. Yeah, there's a game called Temple of Elemental Evil, and that game is probably the closest to like Baldur's Gate you can find. Alright, enough of Mark Reed, and let's watch Andrew Wilson versus Diddley Diddler. See, everything is still going pretty strong. Okay. Let's destroy Jesus and immigrant argument. I got 1.1k likes. It's got 26k views. I uploaded October 17, 2019. I still am a Nick fan. I'm not as big as a Nick fan. I don't always agree with him. He does love Jesus, so he's Catholic. I mean, he does love Jesus. Let's turn it up. I still like that clip. I got a lot of views. Nick Red filled me in a lot of things. This man is returning. is pretty fun. The Outer World is fun. Hellblade's Senua's Sacrifice. To watch that. And I'm getting tired though. This may sound sacrilegious, but I do actually like the Outer Worlds. Outer Worlds better than Fallout because I think the gameplay is better, and I like the sci-fi setting, whereas Fallout is fun too, but like the gameplay until like until the game like until like Fallout 4, Fallout 76, the gameplay I think sucked a very I could just never get into it the same way I got into like the Elder Scrolls. Not to say Fallout isn't good, I think Fallout 4 seems to be good. I haven't played it yet, Fallout 4. I played Fallout 3 in Vegas, but for some reason it just wasn't my type of game. And I don't know, I think the Outer Worlds is it's a better game, in my opinion. Let's skip through this a little bit. Skippy. Maybe because that. Maybe I like it better because it doesn't really rely on the VAT system to shoot. And don't get me wrong, choosing which place you want to shoot at and VATs is pretty fun. The problem is Call of Duty basically perfected the first-person shooter formula in terms of like smoothness and the controls and stuff, and it's hard to go back before Call of Duty FPS controls. Now, yes, there was Halo, yes, there was GoldenEye, and GoldenEye revolutionized like co-op play and couch play or multiplayer on consoles. Halo, especially 2, took it to Xbox Live. But even then, that was just an Xbox exclusive, which it's not anymore because Halo's now on PlayStation and PC. But it was on PC a lot longer before it came to PlayStation. And like it seems like more games are copying or at least going the route of Call of Duty controls over the Halo controls. And there's a good reason why that's happening. It's because Call of Duty is like, even if you want to say like Call of Duty like as a game Call of Duty as a game isn't as good as Halo. Seems like more people are willing to copy Call of Duty than they are willing to copy Halo. Maybe besides like Splitgate and Splitgate 2, but even then, Splitgate controls for a lot more like Call of Duty and a lot less like Halo. Back until Halo Reach, I believe you couldn't sprint. And even then, that was more of an ability. It wasn't until Halo 4 that it really started to feel more like Call of Duty. Not in terms of like aesthetics or style, but more like the gameplay. Because it's like, as I've said before, if the gameplay doesn't feel smooth, especially on games like the Souls games and first-person shooter games, or games that need like fast reactions and Twitch reactions, you're probably not going to. It's probably not going to feel good to play. You want that like smooth snappiness, and it makes you feel like you're actually like playing it in a way that it's like meant to be played. I don't know how to put it better than games should feel to play how they look like, what the atmosphere is, what the aesthetic is. That's probably what it should be. How long have I been streaming? Okay, I've been streaming for 4 hours and like 11 minutes so far. Dude, I'm tired, man. I'm getting out. Still going to continue. I'm still going to continue, but wow. I think there's an Outer Worlds 2 that's coming out. It's already Outer Worlds 2. Outer Worlds 2 was a mistake. When did it come out? 6 months ago. Oh, why was it a mistake? Okay, let's see this. Hmm. Okay. Now let's watch Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice. And, okay, this might be my last watch because the rest of it is, well, maybe Doom 64. And I'll skip maybe a lot of the other games. Or maybe besides like Terra. I'll skip like Skyrim a little, I'll skip the Zelda games. Skip Chrono Cross. I'll skip World of Warcraft to Kaiden 2. That game was fun. I'll skip Jet Li Rise to Honor. Okay, let's go play Senua's Sacrifice. It seems like the Outer Worlds 2 is not as well received as the Outer Worlds 1 was. Did they politicize it? Also, the graphics don't look bad, but it just, it doesn't strike me as a big jump as it should be. Blade's another sacrifice. I really liked the gameplay. I like the parry system too, and the whisper system. See, not every action game has to play the same, but games can play smoothly and still have different gameplay. Of course, games are all going to be like play somewhat the same if they're probably the same genre, but they don't have to play exactly the same, and you can have a good time with it. Okay, so I'm watching the Outer Worlds 2 review. What's wrong with Outer Worlds 2? Hmm. like the gameplay of Hellblade, but I've said that before. The parries are pretty good. The puzzles aren't too bad either. But I almost like died here. I didn't die. Look at this gameplay. You can barely like you can't even see what's in front of your face, but like you can kind of vaguely see it. It's like a monster thing. Oh, this was cool. Like you're in pitch black. Like it feels like you're like in a void fighting this like monster thing. I love the aesthetic and atmosphere, especially in this fight, fighting the four-legged beast bird thing. And like you're in the dark and you're facing it and you don't know where it's going to come from. Last fight in this, I don't think it's winnable. Because I tried so hard to finish this stage that I'm facing on in Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice. It's not going well. But I mean, it is going well because I'm kicking their butts, but I'm beating a lot of these at once. I like iframes also, like when you dodge roll. That's one of the greatest things in like Dark Souls is the iframes. Eventually you probably are supposed to lose because you eventually get overwhelmed. Oh wait, no, I actually did beat it. It was just a really hard and tough fight. But I did manage to do it though. Okay. Let's watch Doom 64. My Doom 64 game. Doom 64 might be one of my favorite Doom games, if not my favorite Doom game besides the PlayStation 1 Doom game, which I love it because PlayStation 1 Doom, much like Doom 64, it had like ambience and drone music and not like the upbeat metal music. It felt more like a horror game. But there's also Brutal Doom, Z Doom, Chocolate Doom, like different mods of Doom, and Doom runs on a lot of different things. Kind of surprised at how well, uh, how many like devices actually play Doom. I'm talking about like the original Doom. It can be played on like a pregnancy test. It can be played on a watch. It can be played on a calculator. The original Doom can be played on a whole bunch of different devices. And because it's like open source, it's easy to port it everywhere. It's on the GBA, the SNES as well. I remember getting my Xbox One, the original Xbox One, in 2014. It's like 11 or 12 years ago. There's the Cyber Demon in the N64. That wasn't the Cyber Demon, but the Cyber Demon is. The Cyber Demon is in the N64. No, the Doom games kind of remind me of like the Hexen and Heretic games. Hexen 64 was pretty fun too. I don't know. me and the cyber demon die at the same time. And I was still able to, like, see, we died at the same time. That was very cool. And I still finished Cat and Mouse. What was my Ark Survivor Evolved, Dwarf Fortress, Wolfenstein, Youngblood. Wolfenstein Youngblood I found pretty fun. Like, yeah, it wasn't the best game, but I had fun with it though. Not about what other people think, it's about what you think of the game. So if you like the game and you like to play it, more power to you. Nothing wrong with it. Yeah, the reason why I like Wolfenstein Youngblood is because the gunplay is very good, and I like the movement too, and the fact that I get a partner. I don't mind playing games that are completely single player also with no companions, like I did it for The Witcher 3, and that game was fun. I don't think it's as good as Skyrim, but The Witcher 3 deserves its praise. Why? Because The Witcher 3 is pretty awesome. Oh yeah, I bought Wolfenstein Youngblood also on Steam as well. So it's pretty good to have. If I want to like replay through it again, I can. That's still what I want to do. Alright, I'll pause that just for a second. Alright, let's continue. Oh man, I'm getting tired. The weapons and abilities were fun in the game too. And I like the suits also. Like the dark, like the black and dark red. They look cool. And I almost died to the last boss, I think. It doesn't have a lot of my health at that point. I was on my last shared life, so. And that's a beautiful early morning. "5 years ago, July 20th, 2020. It was Never Winter Nights, the first one. First one's not bad, but I think the second one is better. Mm. I might have to do a part 2. I'm getting tired. Um, I'm at video 144 right now. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna end it right now. I'm too tired. I mean, fun times, but I gotta. What am I watching? Well, that was a fun stream. Goodbye, because I'm too tired. It's almost 1 o'clock a.m. where I live. And so I can't do it.